Hello. Happy Thursday. I hope it's Thursday, or I've completely lost track of my life if it's not. Yes, it's Thursday. All right, we're good. So, excuse me. My voice just cracked. That was awful. Last time on Tuesday, we had a couple of big things. One is we got this new... It's dark. We got this new power plant built, which runs off of... it's running tier 2 biomass burners now, biomass power plants. And it generates a whopping, 9 gigawatts of power, which was more than what the whole base was making before. So we more than doubled our power. And then the other big milestone, of course, was finally getting chemical science done. And getting that running up to our main base. Our science setup is right up here. You can see we've got one vat brain going as well. So that is giving us a prod bonus. We're still running low on Logi Science packs, and that is because probably lard. Almost certainly lard. Yeah. I think I changed this at the end of the last episode to be... Yeah, it's priority 1 now. So it is a higher priority station, so we should be feeding lard to science before we give it to anything else. Excuse me. That might bite me in the butt later, but for now, I think it's a reasonable choice. So yeah, this is looking good. Once Logi kind of catches up, we'll be at a better place here. Just because of how this whole setup tries to buffer science in sort of both of these things, it'll take a little while for the Logi science to get all the way to where it's sort of caught up. But it will catch up. So today, obviously we're waiting for tech. That's going to be a big thing, is waiting for the new techs that are going to fix some of our bottlenecks. We talked about this last time, but the techs I've got going right now to start with is whole processing 3 for anthraquinone, which is going to hopefully fix all of our issues with hydrogen peroxide. So if we look at things that are currently limited by hydrogen peroxide, one of those is actually antimony. The antimony processing that we're using is the version that does not use hydrogen peroxide. And the version that does use peroxide just uses too much peroxide. So we'll be able to upgrade antimony once we have better hydrogen peroxide. Nuclear samples are also somewhat limited by hydrogen peroxide. It's been running okay, but that will become an issue as well. And there was something else that was peroxide limited, and I don't remember what it is right now. But all of that will hopefully be fixed by this tech. We've got Nexolite Processing 2, which is going to give us significantly improved Nexolite throughput. And I've got Casting 2 here marked. Which, yeah, I think because of the shaft recipe was the big one. But we're going to have to figure out advanced castings and they need a lot of stuff. Wax and silicon and clay and silicon carbide. And I think wax especially, we are not really exporting currently from our bees. So that is going to be something we're going to have to figure out long term, is like, how do we get wax out of the bees? I think at present... it's these guys that ultimately are making wax for us. These make a little bit of bitumen. Yeah. The filled comb, and then they spit out empty comb and the bitumen. And the empty comb turns into wax. And some of that wax goes here to make empty honeycomb. And the rest of that wax currently overflows here and just gets fed back in. But we don't have to do that. We could instead overflow this wax to a train, and we'd end up pulling more empty comb in, but like empty comb is fine. I'm not concerned about our empty comb factory, wherever that is. I thought it was somewhere over here. Here it is. Like the inputs to empty comb are easy. So if we do end up doing that, like that might be fine. And I think we could probably even grow the number of bees that we've got. Grow the number of machines that we have that are doing this bitumen to make more bitumen, which is fine. We can always use more oil products in the base, as well as get more wax that we can send off to do other things. So that's probably what we'll need to do for casting 2 to get these advanced castings, and then, you know, for different places where we're building different things, we're going to have to decide where it makes sense to start casting versus, you know, whatever we currently have. Like, somewhere over here, we make small parts right now. You know, all of this could be replaced with a bunch of casting machines, in theory. And we can't cast small parts directly, but we can cast, you know, the gears, the bolts, and the copper wire. And then same with shafts. I think shafts especially are going to be a huge boost to be casting these. But I haven't fully thought through what we're going to want to cast yet. I could also maybe think about grabbing Nexalit power poles. That could be worthwhile. Fast Inserter 2 is just a better Fast Inserter recipe. Alright. I need military science for the next mining productivity. That is also something to keep in mind. Lab speed. Worker robot speed. A lot of these things are things that I should do, like, later. Energy Generation 3 gives us coal briquettes and charcoal briquettes. God, that's an awful recipe. But it is 180 megajoules. What else is floating around in blue science that we may want to grab? Biofilm sounds like something that's just going to be important. Yeah, that seems like it's on the critical path, and it is. Desulfurization, I know, is important. I should have this one on the queue already. Because I know that we're going to want better lubricant recipes. So desulfurization should really be in the queue. Logistics warehousing, Nexolite accumulators, coke processing stage 3, outlet gas to refined syngas, huh? I haven't looked at any of the outlet gas chains yet, so I have no idea if that is any good or not. I'm just flipping through all the text that I have available, just trying to see what might be worth grabbing early that can help us out. Like Fiberboard 2. Probably better recipes than our existing fiberboard. Treated wood, fiber, hydroxide, sodium sulfate, steam, anthraquinone to 12 fiberboard. Like, what's our current fiberboard? So we're adding, what? Sodium sulfate and optionally anthraquinone? Yeah. Get 8 fiberboard or 12 fiberboard. Currently this makes 4? Okay. Oh, plus this has all the byproducts. Do these ones have all the byproducts? No, it gets rid of the byproducts. Ooh, okay. So this does feel like a nice upgrade. Fiberglass, that's got to be critical path. Yeah. Rubber 3, I haven't really thought about rubber. I was saying that my rubber might be an issue last time, so I do want to look into that. Because if we just need to add styrene to our rubber processing to improve yields, that shouldn't be too hard. Light oil processing, this just adds more options to... Oh, interesting, we can make cumene into phenol instead of however we're doing it currently. So relatively expensive, kind of expensive recipe. I'm gonna have to contemplate that. That also makes a bunch of acetone, and we can use acetone for organic solvent. So, and then heavy oil processing, grease, split heavy oil from oleochemicals. Man, if we weren't so so short on lard, there's so many recipes that do things with oleochemicals. Xylenol, kerosene, petroleum gas processing, whole bed methane extractor, drilling fluid stage 2, vanadium stage 2. Oh. But we're probably going to move away from the vanadium as our main path to anthraquinone. So, Muckmox stage 2 right away. Which, maybe... If we decide we want to use muckmoxes for, just add salt? Really? Huh. Yeah, if we decide we want to use muckmoxes for lard, then this might be worth it. Because, like, just adds a little bit of salt. Arthurians, which are new. I don't know what their purpose is. Arthurian egg, Arthurian cubs, Arthurians. Like, are they... They do make 2 brains each. Maybe that's what they're for. Maybe they are for my vat brains. But they feed into, what? Genetics? Ah, alright. So, this needs Arthurian eggs to make the great alien samples and other things. Alright. What else have we got? Grod stage 2, Guar stage 2, Cellulose 3, fiber and sodium hydroxide right into cellulose in a pulp mill. Okay, this could be worthwhile. The next time we need cellulose in a build. Cobalt processing. Biotech machine upgrades, yeah, whatever. Cadaveric arums. Ooh. This gives us a bunch of dimethyl sulfide recipes. Interesting. Ooh, and this recipe, they could give us syngas from our residual gas, but I don't remember what I'm doing with the residual gas right now. Solar power, stage 1. It looks like it's just a gateway tech. Advanced rare earth technology. Electric energy distribution 4. Substations. Transport belt capacity. Vat brain 2. Oh, we can get vat brain cartridge 2s right away? I'm assuming that if I want to go for vat brain 2s, though, Navin's glass, fatty acid, fetal serum, and 15 brains. Yeah, I don't think we have the brains for that. Gas power stage 2, yeah. Hot air 3. This looks like it's a whole new process that uses the stage 4 outlet gas. And then we have a bunch of upgrade techs, insert a capacity bonus, casting we already talked about, it's already in queued, and quartz processing, which does give us new glassware recipes. Interesting. So that might be worth thinking about whenever we need to upgrade glassware again. Alright. Well, not a lot of this jumped out at me as, like, things that I definitely want to do right away. So I think... What do I think? I don't know what I think. I mean, for one thing, maybe we start thinking about I mean, I guess I can throw, like, the new science pack into our unified science tab on YAFC, and we can start planning ahead. Because, like, ultimately, like, there is some stuff that I do want to go down in the blue science tree, other than what we have sort of right away here. Because I want silicon processing 2. This one. So whatever's on the way to that we can use, that we can take advantage of, that's, like, worth thinking about. But unfortunately... Alright, diamond mining is going to be, I think, the thing, right? Because if we look at the silicon stage 2, we need to figure out crucibles, but I don't think crucibles are going to be hard. It's going to be the diamond wire and more wax. Okay. So maybe we need to set up a wax thingy somewhere. Because we're also going to need wax for advanced castings. Is there an Arcod upgrade? Arcod Stage 2 is deep, deep, deep in chem science. So no, not right away. So yeah, in that case, if we want to make a bunch of wax, then we should be able to just... Here, let's just go into YAFC and let's do this. Let's design a wax factory. Isn't there also a way to get wax barrels from... Oh, interesting. You can turn a honey barrel into a wax barrel. Which is... We're gonna have to look at a few different routes to wax and decide which ones are, like, the cheapest. Alright. So we got this one that makes wax from honey barrels. And this is... this loops its empty honeycomb, technically. So I could just feed this initially with some empty honeycomb from the existing Arcod build that makes empty honeycomb. And it would loop. Alright. And that's scaled to 9 a second because that's a number that worked out with these hydrocarbon plants. So that might be our baseline number. But wax... Here, I'm going to rename this. Wax from honey barrels. We're just going to sort of compare... So we're going to make wax, and in this case, we're going to do it from... this one. And we get used comb from filled comb, and we get filled comb from filling comb. And we want 9. Alright, so for 9 a second wax this way, we end up using 0.9 empty comb coming in. This is a closed loop. All this takes in is a few Ulrichs. This takes in, I mean, sap we would make on site. Native flora we would mine on site. In the grand scheme of things, though, this seems better. Am I crazy? Like, I think we make plenty of Ulrichs. 0.2 a second. So, okay, this would use close to half of our Ulrichs, but having all the barrels loop and all the honeycomb loop is really nice. And then, of course, we would make, from the wax, advanced castings. Oh, and I should tell Yafsi that we have chem science. Because, yeah, we can run this at very close to 2.5 advanced castings a second. Clay we make on site, steam we make on site. Interesting, you can prod clay. Silicon, I believe we're making, although I don't know how much. Silicon carbide, and then the wax, and water on site. So let's double check the green SiC. We currently make 1.6 a second, and this would use one of it. Ingredients. And our silicon carbide uses, really, 0.6? Okay, so this would max out our green SiC build, basically. And then silicon, I'm sure we are... Oh, this is an easy build to scale up, though. Like, yeah, we're making 4 a second, and some of that'll come into... Oh, no, it doesn't go into SiC. Interesting. A lot of it is going to the electronic-grade silicon. Yeah, like half of our silicon goes there. Most of these, though, don't take silicon. They take other things. I might have to double check in FNEI what else, what other recipes take. Actually, I can do that here, can't I? Silicon goes into... Yeah, various things that use trichlorosilane in their loop, which I think like the self-assembly monolayer material does. Yeah, we're using 1 a second there. So we might need to expand our silicon for advanced castings, but not significantly. And I think our green SiC can hold up for now. So really, we just have to do this wax build. So we need like 10 apiaries, a couple of... Well, here, we'll do the thing. Shopping list, export to a requester chest. Actually find the game. All right, and we're going to need 100 bees as well. We will find those somewhere. I should be able to grab 100 bees from where we make bees, the existing Arcod build. And then we're also going to need a bunch of barrels for this loop to work. Which, we have a bunch of barrels, don't we? We do! Grab a few stacks of barrels. And we got all of the important buildings. Yes. Oh, I didn't double check. None of this can be... Yeah, none of this can be prodded. Oh, well. The other thing I haven't been thinking about, a lot of our, and it matters less now that I have the new power plant, but, like, we don't run these particle accelerators full speed, like... Oh, I can't even put efficiency modules in them. Never mind. The devs thought ahead to what I was thinking, and they specifically decided that they didn't want me doing that. Where am I going, and what is the best way to get there? I should have gone to the right and down around to Arcods. We'll go this way, though. Rock food, lead plate, borax. Oh. Oh, it's one further south. I missed the... This one. Yeah, there's iron. There's bees. Okay. So, we need... Why don't we have bees? Excuse me. These are running. Shockingly, the queens are running, which... How many queens have we got? 14? Plus a few more coming through the loop. Okay. Did a recipe change or something? Alright, so our Acrods come through at 0.1 a second is what we're making. And that is... It says 3.02 apiary hydrocarbon plants. Okay. So... I think we have 3 of them. Yeah, we have 3 of them. And then rendering 1 machine, sure, makes 1 Arcod venom a second. And then the venom is used in the good alien samples. Oh, and at this scale, this will pull 2.5 a second. Okay. But we should be making way more of these than we need, right? Because those feed PyScience 2. 0.011 good alien samples. So yeah, like 1/5 of what we're making, which is 0.5 Arcod venom a second. So our Arcods should be backed up. We should only be pulling about half of our Arcods. I don't love that. Why are we stalled? Were we stalled? I mean, have we been running full speed, or did they stop running for a while? I mean, that looks pretty consistent over the past 10 hours, 50 hours. Like some dips, but generally consistent. And our consumption has also been pretty consistent. So where are they going? DNA polymerase is Arcot honey. Care less about that. Okay. Our Arcod venom is not at all full. Yeah, so this is pulling 0.1 a second, up to 0.1 a second. And again, we shouldn't... .09, .09, .09. So that's like 0.3 a second. I'm so confused. Because we are prioritizing... Yeah, we're prioritizing making the bees, not making queens, because I have plenty of queens backed up. I can flip this system so that it'll prioritize queens over bees if I need to. But I haven't needed to for a long time. We have plenty of eggs. Oh! Why is this not making... Perhaps that is our problem. Are we running out of maggots? So maybe we have not been producing them consistently enough. I mean, okay. It's definitely been up and down. The amount that we want to be making, according to YAFC, is about 0.4 per second. Which is... $24 a minute? Does this average 24 a minute? Probably not. 22.8 a minute. So that's why. That's our problem. And that problem appears to be because we don't have enough rocks. Rocks are all running. Well, except this last machine, which never seems to run. And I think it might be right that that machine never runs, because I think... I think we're scaled to 4 of these, which is, like, not quite. Like 12 and a half. Paddocks with 4, reproductive complexes. Okay, so we're not making enough rocks to keep... And that's also going to cause issues for rubber, if it hasn't already. Yeah, and I mean, we do make formic from other things, but... Which formic do I prioritize? This formic is high priority, so we prefer rock formic over synthetic formic. Okay. And that's probably because formamide is not as cheap as it could be. Methanol and ammonia. Yeah. Formamide is not the cheapest thing in the whole wide world. So we just need more rocks. This is what I'm seeing, is we need more rocks. Okay. Let's fix that first then. We look at our current rock build. Yeah, we're scaled to 4 of these using... We probably have rock stage 3, but we need to get the quality of rock food. We already make bedding. So this currently makes 0.4 of them a second. And if we upgrade to rock 3... And as always, the ratios are going to change. But if we ratio that for 4 reproductive complexes... That wants a couple more rock paddocks. Ratio that for 3 whatever. I mean, the current build will work. But our limit will be... Not the reproductive complexes, but here. 13 of these guys. So that'll get us up to 0.99 rocks a second. Cool. I like that plan. And that means that we need to get... Well, I need to double check how much bedding we're making, if we can afford the 0.3 a second. And... Ooh, one whole... How much phagogy are we making? 3 a second at phagogy 2. Okay. But we can definitely upgrade these to, like, all of the upgrades. 12 a second. We'd need more spore collectors, obviously, but, like, we can still fit all that in the single fungal substrate assembler, which is pretty cool. But we're not doing that right away. So we can upgrade phagogy if we need to. I'm not too concerned about that. So we'll bring in the phagogy. And then the other thing we're going to need is quality rock food. Let's see how much of a hassle that ends up being. That's a lot of ingredients. How much do we need? 0.3 per second? All right. Well, this is what we're going to make. We will do the native flora on site, as always. We do agar on site. Electric boiler. Tufra seeds. Okay. I don't think we export seeds from our Tufras. There's Yadles. Where's Tufras? No, we don't. What's the ratio? 2 Tufras to 8 seeds. Seeds stack to, what? 100. Tufras stack to 50. But 2 stacks of Tufras is still like 8 stacks of seeds, so it's still better to ship it as Tufras. Okay. So we'll do Tufra seeds on site. We'll do tree seeds on site, as always. Is any of this proddable? Oh, we can prod the food. And still run it off of one machine. Because that's still more than we need. That, like, half of a food per second. Okay. And then the other thing I need to double check is how much bedding we're making, and if that is going to become a problem. We're making 2 a second, and our Mukmoks uses 0.2 a second, and the Vroks are going to use 0.3 a second, so we're fine. Okay. So let's get quality Vrok food built. Let's get bedding requested. And then, yeah, this shouldn't be too bad of an upgrade. 2.25 fish oil. Ooh. We might be doing some yak shaving. How much fish oil do we make? Theoretically 20 a second, but we're basically already out of fish. And if we check our fish, yeah, we're only making 1.2 a second. So we have fish recipe 3, which brings in what? A little bit of seaweed and deluxe fish food. Oh, geez. Or the other option is Fish Mark 2. Or even Fish Mark 3. Or we just make the whole build bigger. Is also an option. Like, whatever. What's our current fish build look like? I mean, yeah, there's definitely room here to make this build larger. So perhaps that's what we do, is we just double up the fish build? Rather than trying to make any actual improvements to it? I like kicking cans down the road. So if we want to do that... Oops. Apparently 2.4 is not quite the right amount. What do we make? We make 18 fish in 117 seconds. That can't be right. That's coming up with 3. Oh, this is one of those things where because we have 7 modules, our speed isn't exactly 1, is it? Nope, crafting speed is 1. Alright, how am I coming up with this? Each of these makes 18 fish in 117 seconds, and we want to have 20 of them. 20 times 18 divided by 117 is 3. I'm so confused. And if each of these makes 0.15, yeah, that's like 3. So why is this number totally different from what YAFC has? Oh, because some of the fish feed back. Okay. Duh. So it's gonna be that just over 3 number, 3.07. Minus whatever we're doing here. 12 fish in 70 seconds times 4. So 2.391 fish a second is what we're going to make. Not quite 2.4. There we go. The ratios aren't really quite perfect, but that's okay. 2.3912 if I want to be. Yeah, and it gets closer and closer to 3.99 there. Cool. But we can still use one evaporator. So I think we just need to, yeah, we just need another 12 fish farms for that build. And we'll put the bees on hold. Because we can't, well, I guess we can grab, no, I can't grab the bees I need. I can grab some honeycomb. But not... Oh, no. 100 bees. Okay. Oh. There we go. Couple hundred honeycomb... But let's get the fish done first. Let's get our sort of upgrades in place before we build anything new. We're waiting on the tech anyway. before we can actually like use wax for castings. So and fish farms, we want a dozen of those. And those are all going to need fish modules, but we will retrieve those when we we'll just grab those from the fish build itself. Yeah, I don't think it's going to be too hard to double up fish down here. And it is apparently ad break o'clock already. So I'm going to go ahead and get myself a little more water while the ad break is running. And when we come back, we will finish up the, words. When we come back, we'll finish up this fish build. I will see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the break. I do appreciate it. What are we doing? What are the bots doing? The bots are just collecting ash. That's fine. Let's get down to fishness. Nope. Don't like that. So this should just be a pretty straightforward doubling of the fish build. My only concern with that, of course, is phytoplankton. Seems like phytoplankton is holding up right now. We have a lot of it, but possibly that is temporary. So, yeah. We'll have to keep an eye on phytoplankton. We've had issues with phytoplankton in the past. Oh, but also, we're going to double fish, but I just realized when we get desulfurization, our fish oil demand will drop a lot, because right now we're doing lubricant from fish oil. So once we are no longer doing lubricant from fish oil, once we have desulfurization and we have better lubricant recipes, we will be in better shape in that regard. Alright, so that'll be these guys, and then we're gonna change some of this. I think what we do is we take all of this to, like, here. Yeah. So this will keep going through. This comes up and over. This side will do the same thing. Then we need to flip these inserters. Wastewater out needs to be dealt with. Are these all offset by 1? These are all offset by 1. Ugh. Alright, so that's oxygen connected to everything. And then at this end, we will just do the oxygen up here. The output of wastewater goes there. And then up here, we need to have biocrud filter. And that just dumps onto this belt where the biocrud gets filtered out to wherever it needs to go. What else? Oh, saline water needs to come in. That is the only thing we're still missing. And power. But So these have... Oh, no power up top. Right. Are we doing on inputs? Everything except for the fish eggs, and those are... Well, they're going to take time because we haven't put modules in everything yet. Let's grab... Oh, I auto-trash fish. Lol. Okay. And then any eggs that spoil inside these guys just get dumped on the same output belt. So I think once, like, the eggs loop around, we're going to be good. I think that is fish doubled. If I desperately end up needing more fish oil now, we have the capacity. We can go up by like 50% on fish oil. A little bit less than that. I'm sure we have fish being used for other things than just fish oil. But yeah, because we're out of fishes right now at slaughter. So good to see everything down here kind of turning on and getting itself moving. I think... Yeah, as long as everything can get fish eggs in time. What's the decay time on fish eggs? Half an hour? Yeah, that's fine. Plenty of time for things to loop around these belts. Cool. Alright, that's fish upgraded. So if we head back over to YAFC, why were we upgrading fish? We were upgrading fish because quality rock food needs fish oil. And we're running low on fish oil. So we should now be able to do quality rock food. I should have put this into my inventory before we came down here. I didn't. So we got to grab the shopping list here. Let me double check that I put the prod module in the only place that matters. Yeah. I could prod agar, but why? I could prod tree seeds, but why? Alright. Yep, I think that's fine. I think we'll do, just this as it is. So let's head up to the mall and grab the things we need. And then where do we want to put quality rock food is the other question. If we check... How many inputs are we going to have here? It's almost all solid inputs. It's 10 solid inputs. Jeez. A couple of which are further processed, but a bunch of which are direct insertion. Well, 5, 6 are direct insertion. Okay. So I think that's fine. So that'll be basically 2 stations in, I think, one for all the direct insertion stuff and one for everything else. Plus a fluid station for the fish oil, plus an output station, plus 2 stations for decay, because agar turns into biocrud, and native flora turns into biomass. So this is 6 stations. That's a whole, like, train branch just for that build. It would be cool to have it, like, anywhere near rocks, but that's just not going to happen. So... where do I want it to go instead? It's going to be a compact build. It just has a lot of, like, train stations that it needs to hook up to. So... I mean, I guess it ends up down here where all the new builds end up. Just keep going this way, put it next to chemical science, and just don't even mess around with trying to do it anywhere else. I think that's the right choice. Oh, that's Flora Collector Mark II. Oops. We do not need a Flora Collector Mark II. We only need a Flora Collector Mark I. And give the bots a second to bring that to us. Come on. Where is that Flora Collector coming from? Must be coming from storage rather than from, up here. Okay, we got it, finally. That is only a small backup. Okay. I guess we could do it like here. We have space right here for more builds. And that's maybe closer by rail to rocks than if I do it over here. I don't know. I don't think it matters. It's going to be a fairly low quantity item, so I'm not too concerned with how quickly we can get deliveries through or anything like that. Let's see, I need... Not these anymore. I am looking for radar. There it is. So I think we're going to have solid pickup at the bottom, and this will be our output. And then above that, 2 solid drop-offs, one of which is going to have everything that gets directly inserted, because we're going to have our assembler right at it. Right there, right? Making... Oh, shoot. Do we not actually have the tech for this? Okay. That's fine. We'll do this one quickly. We should have no problem getting through this tech with our... between... having VapRains on and being able to run research twice as fast at Pi 1 as we can at Chem, we should get through this relatively quickly. A little over an hour? Yeah, that's not too bad. Okay, we'll still get this build done. And this is the output. The whole thing makes how much a second? 0.5 quality rock food per second. That is 1 inserter out, 1 belt down to our output, 1 inserter in. So our direct inputs to this are, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's 6 things. This needs to be a... Where is it? There it is. Needs to be a deposit. So, requests. Grodd. Relisias. Casein. Moss. Sometimes guts. Starch and fiberboard. Wait, that's 7. Did I miscount? I did miscount before. Shoot. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that's 7. That's fine. We'll do guts on the other one. All right, so that's 6 things coming in here at 25 stacks each. This is 160. But that's 150 stacks of stuff that's being used. There's our output. And then another drop-off station. This is going to have everything that needs to be processed, as well as the lard request. So, everything that needs to be processed, we bring in... Hey, finished polar bear. Good to see you. Welcome in. Tufras. Logs. Let's see. And seaweed for agar. And then we will also want a decider combinator. And that's going to say... Let's also bring up our output, because we don't want to... Don't want to be backed up. No, you know what? Let's just do both of these as inputs. Okay. So this is going to be a bunch of ands. If log... So if we have logs, and we have seaweed, and we have tufras, and we have fish oil, and the quality of rock food is less than, I don't know. What does that stack to? 100? Sure, why not? No, that's not right. 100,000 isn't right. That's 1,000. It's like 5,000. Then we will output guts at minus 2,500. Sure. That seems right. So we request guts if we have everything else we need, and also we haven't made too much, we don't have too much of the food backed up. That should be right. I've done similar things on a bunch of other stations before. I never quite trust my combinator logic. Fish oil. And that also needs to be on the red signal over here. Oh, trains can't get over here. And then setting up proper kerosene production for general fuel and surprise diesel production is also there. Yeah, I probably use a lot of diesel still. Let me see if I can find some place where I have a fuel requester. Yeah, that's all diesel. Diesel, tall oil, and benzene, and gasoline. I think I will also push petroleum gas as a fuel sometimes. But I think I set something up recently that uses petroleum gas, I think. But basically all of the sort of anything that's over a megajoule of fuel value, I will push out. So, what am I looking at? Tufras, wood processing to tree seeds, and seaweed. Okay. So wood processing to tree seeds is easy enough. The real question is, how many of these things can I squeeze around this without having to pull everything out as belts? And I should probably just pull things out on belts. But I don't want to. Alright, wood processing unit out to directly feeding an automated factory. Tree seeds, wood. Had to set up a general fuel depot. Input liquids I want to use fuel and output to general fuel stations where needed. Yeah. We were looking at this Tuesday because we were debugging some of the issues with it, but I ended up using one of my 2 global networks on radars as a fuel network, and then I use selector combinators, and it just picks whatever potential fuel I have the most of at any station that needs fuel, and they just change whatever their requests are, rather than having any sort of specific dedicated fuel. Alright, so there's tree seeds, and let's see if we can also do, like, Tufra seeds. You just use the fuel. Yeah, that would totally work. We're making, what, 0.23 Tufra seeds, 0.75 tree seeds. Okay. Cool. And then... oh, you know what? I don't love this. Harumph. The reason I don't love this is we have to get guts on, like, a sushi belt setup, and I really should put that in first, because it is one of the things that's more space constrained for us. It was tricky to set up liquid trains to go to those stations when loading from Fuel Depot and not just default with the carry, yeah. That would make sense. Alright, so there's guts. And now we can see if I want to put the botanical nursery in here. You know what? Let's just do it there. And let's do that. And we're back to Tufra seeds here. And that just goes over 2 spots. Sure. That's fine. All right, so that is going to be 2 for seeds and tree seeds on that belt. This is going to be guts. I also need agar, and I need native flora. Oh, I didn't even check where there's native flora nearby. I just built this here. I forgot I needed... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We can fix this. It's going to stink. Oh, I'm going to have to move. Okay, first things first. I need to stop all the requests because... that's going to be a problem. I don't want trains to bring anything else here. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna go... there's a native flora patch. This one? This one. So we're gonna go south from here, and then we can use this patch. Just means we need to... we're going to need to move everything from up there to down here. All right. Let's head over here. We're going to start with a copy and paste, and then I'm obviously not going to have, like, the buildings and everything that I need, but we'll have a lot of the parts. And then... all right, there's our copy. Let's also turn this request off. Because then we're going to have to, like, ferry everything in from the, that's in the storage. So this all will fit. There. I hope that's in the right spot. I don't see any extra power poles being built, so I think we're at least aligned with the power pole grid. All right. Now, all of these should be disconnected. Yeah, all the combinators are disconnected from the Cybersyn stations, so they're not going to start requesting yet. Good. So what I can do now is start trying to empty these stations up here and move all the stuff down to the bottom one. How did we end up with so much? Had to add fuel signal 1 when picking up from fuel station and fuel signal not. Yeah. Yeah, because you're going to have different logic for departure, right? Compared to a standard station. How did I get an extra delivery of Grodd? How did that happen? Oh, because this isn't hooked up right. Ooh, good catch, Brannon. Yeah, and we got double Relisias, too. Well, we'll see. If trains get stuck, and they might... Ooh, I think we have just enough space. Alright. Hopefully it does okay. Next, up here... Oh, you've just been... Should have turned that off. Oops. Obviously, minimum tear down here. We'll leave kind of some of the bits around, because we'll end up using this area for another station at some point, right? So there's no sense fully cleaning up. I did build myself special alloy production area, one large train stop for those small used combo metals. Yeah. That's probably a reasonable thing to do. Oh. Okay. This one we can turn the request on. Oh. Request on. Let's see. Guts is... Ah, right. That's why I do this the other way. There we go. Now those are positive. They were showing negative because it was on the green network, so we also had the requested amounts, and that's not what we want here. So we're just waiting for Tufras and fish oil to be delivered, and then this thing will say, hey, I'm ready to turn on, bring me guts. So on this side of the world, we're gonna have... No, Guts, Decada, Jerky, right? Ooh. Shoot, do we have 3 different decays in this? I may have only accounted for 2 things decaying when I was thinking about this design. Oops. So we have Guts here, which Decada Jerky. And... high priority because it's a byproduct. And we're also going to be making agar. Yeah. How much seaweed does this use as an input? 2.25. Yeah, 1 outserter is fine for that. So these need to be enabled when... Let's see. When we have guts, and also when we're below the threshold for whatever threshold I decided on, 5,000 quality of rock food. And guts is greater than 0. Okay. And then we output, just use the check mark, because I always use the check mark. Condition 1. Bop, bop, bop. And these guys enable when check mark is 1. All right, so that'll enable that way we're not just wasting, what's it called? We're not just wasting seaweed if we're not actually able to make, the food. Okay. Oh, this needs to be like there. So that should be that part. Obviously, we need to hook up steam to it still. What are our other inputs to this? One second. Let me, quality of rock food, whatever. Make it. Add to cursor. There we go. Just because we don't quite have the tech for it yet. That's okay. So that'll be the fish oil in. Here we've got 5. This will be 6 things when all is said and done. What hasn't been delivered yet? Starch. which is not en route. Oh. Now what? I think I'm turning most of my BTX into benzene. Looks like both. Methane and benzene, depending on what the base needs. Okay. So the issue is that we don't actually make starch in one place, ever. We make it, like, on-site where we need it, which I did not realize was the situation. So we're going to have to make a little starch build somewhere, which is fine. I'm pretty sure we have better starch recipes than we did when I did that before anyway. Also needs to have starch. We need to add a bunch more of these. Fiberboard. Casein. Moss. That's 8 inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's 8 of our 11 inputs. What else am I missing? I didn't do these in order. Here. Let's fix this. Seaweed. Moss. I'm just looking at YAFC, and we're pulling all these up into the order that YAFC shows, so I can tell what's going on. Releasias. We don't have releasias. Starch. Log. Casein. Not guts, because this is controlling guts. Fiberboard. Rod. Tufras, fish oil. All right. And of course, that needs to feed there as well. So now if we check this, we should see we're missing starch, we're missing tufras, and we're missing fish oil. All right. Do I need to expand the tufra build? Are we out of taters? We are out of taters. All right. We'll have to think about that. Let me get the to-do list going because we are starting to run into to-do list things. So we got to do a starch build. We got to do more potatoes. And then so that's, except these ones need to be, like, that's below. That falls under the line. That's general, later on, whatever. So this is what we're working on. We're going to have to do central starch, upgrade Vrock to that, and more tufras. Are tufras and starch the only things we're missing here? They are, but we're not done with this build yet, so let's just finish getting this organized. So we're gonna have potentially biocrud and biocrud that we have to get out. And then, oh, we should pull jerky out. There we go. So the biocrud come out this way. Biocrud, and then we do need one more for spoiled what's it called? Native flora. So we will just have to take that like there. Grab one more straight segment. I have another place to make diesel also, methanol from fish stuff. I don't think I'm using that recipe. All right, so this will be the biomass. That means another. Basically, because, and I've explained this before, but for anyone who hasn't seen it before, the native flora has a two-stage decay chain. First, it decays into a intermediate form before it becomes just biomass. So what we're doing is we'll throw everything into this chest, and then these filtered inserters, we wait for it to fully decay to biomass before we put it on rails, because we don't have any use for the intermediate form. Clean up that ore patch that we're not going to use. This is going to be... No, do the filter on the right, and we'll send the native flora that way. And then anything that decays will come back up through here. Yeah. And then at this end, as we loop it around, We will have an inserter, and we will have an outserter, and the outserter is going to take fluorospolenin, and it's going to take biomass. And the inserter just feeds in the native flora. Okay, that should work. And then this belt comes all the way up here. All the way to, like, here. Underneath here. And right there. And that should pretty much be this build. I think it's done. Obviously, we need to fix a couple of bottlenecks before it'll turn on. And we have to wait for the tech. But we will take a look at those bottlenecks when we are back from the ad break, because it has been another hour already. I do run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off, so I recommend taking the opportunity to stretch your legs, get some water, take care of yourselves as human beings. And I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, folks. Thank you for sticking around through the break. I'm just watching fish oil requests. It's going to take a little while, I think, for fish to kind of catch back up and for us to be producing fish oil, like, fully consistently again, because we were out of fish before. So that's one of the things that this is missing, is fish oil. How many... I've got 2 radars. 1, probably 2. Oh, I probably need like 3 to square this off here. I'll need to grab the stuff for more radars the next time I go up to the mall. But in the interim... What does this say? Another half an hour for that? That's fine. Alright, potatoes and centralized starch production. So potatoes... Where are they? Right here. These are just running the most... Well, no, they're running 2 for 2s. Alright. Do I have a... I don't have 2 for 3s. I do have botany 2, which gives me the better 2 for buildings, I guess. Yeah. Those aren't exactly cheap. So this might just be a case of building more. Oh look, this is all set up for me to be able to double it, isn't it? Lol. Okay, then yeah, let's do that. Let's go up to 42 for doodles, and that will be that. I love it when I plan ahead. Alright, so I need 2 nurseries making 2 for seeds in that case. So we will need to make some slight adjustments to that part here, because we've only got 1 nursery making 2 for seeds. 2 incubators making manure bacteria, and we only have 1 for that as well. 2 burners making heat. Alright. And then... the seaweed we're shipping in at this point? Or are we still making it on site? We're still making it on site. Alright. Maybe we switch to... Not sure. And then we also need a couple more soil extractors. So let's figure out what these buildings we need are. Don't need that section anymore. So we're going to need 2 soil extractors. We're going to need 2 seaweed facilities. We're going to need 1 burner. We're going to need 1 more incubator and 1 more botanical nursery. All right, cool. Let's head up to the mall and grab all that stuff, and we can go double 2 froze. Seems like I half designed that to be doubleable. Because a few things are going to need to be adjusted a little bit to make room for the extra buildings. Most of it seems like it's good to go. All right, bots. Ooh, don't trash my prod modules, please. Did some of those already end up... I did the thing again. Search. Or prod modules. There are none in the factory. All right. I guess that means they are all in my inventory. All right. We're just waiting for the soil extractors to show up. The bots got sent to some random charging stations all over the place, as they always do. So that's just taking a second. I see a soil extractor, so hopefully we got both of them. We got both of them. Cool. Yeah, I think we have enough of everything else. Where are potatoes? Two fries. Here we go. So the agar machine stays the same, but we do need to double. Of course, that doesn't quite fit. And then we can do one of these, like, here. Sure. Alright, up next, we need to double these incubators making manure bacteria. Sure. Let's contemplate our life choices here. I'm gonna take down all of this. And we're gonna do this kind of over here. One. Alright, so yeah, the heat inputs on these are just obnoxious, as I expected. We can kind of do that. Okay. So we can do that. And then we're going to have two burners, which are going to go here and here. And then I do keep, there they are, heat pipes in my normal requests. Oh, the agar feeds these guys. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this. So this will come through here, right where it is. All of this can go up one more. So these guys get their input there. This comes, I guess, through here. Oop, nope. I was trying to... You know what? We're just not going to do that. I was trying to make this a... a loop, but we're just not going to make it a loop. That's fine. So each of these pulls in their ingredients there. So one of these is rich clay. This one is rich clay. Okay. And then this one is biocrud. That one is biocrud. All right. So... what's the other input to these? Agar. All right. So I do have to take the agar out of this. We're going to go this way. And again, we're going to just take out biocrud. So any biocrud that comes from here will get, like, zooped around here. And anything that spoils in these machines, we can just output like this, and it'll also end up on this belt. Except not quite. Here, instead of doing that, let's think about this a little bit differently. If we say instead that we want... Here. We make this a loop. And we say we want our input priority to be left, and our output priority is agar. So now it'll loop the agar. And then this and the output here. There we go. So this can be yeah, we're going to do this one as a sushi belt too. I have decided. Same deal. This just needs to go underneath. All right. Input priority is right, and then our output priority here is going to be rich clay to the left. There we go. So now this will just loop. The rich clay comes out. Now we have both of these over here. Output is going to be the rich clay. There. Okay. That should take care of any of the spoilage. So this is already set up to only turn on when... Yeah, this is below a threshold. Okay. Oops. I've done that a lot. I have done that too many times. Alright, and now these guys can dump their biocrud. Oh, and they also need agar in, of course. Cool. I think this is correct now. This will pump in. This will stop making agar if we cross a threshold, so we're not spoiling agar. There's nothing really we can do about the manure requests here. They're always going to be out of sync with things, so... I think here we just accept that manure's gonna decay. Alright, so that's manure bacteria fixed up for the build. The other part is we need to double our soil extractors. Okay. I'm willing to do that. Might have final station designs done. I mean, I have a blueprinted version, but I'm kind of always tweaking things in it, so... Alright, I think if I grab these guys here, that is what I want, and I want them to go here. Did I not get Tufra? Oh, no, I didn't. I'm an idiot. I grabbed everything except the actual Tufra plantations when I went to the mall. Okay. And I'm out of belts, too. Cool. Alright, let's get the rest of this figured out then, and then we'll run up to the mall and we'll grab those couple of things that we're missing. Okay. That connected. Water did not. Water might be disconnected everywhere, though. Yeah. And then... I believe those go in like that. So that just leaves seeds, and this belt is in the way of expanding seeds. Yeah, okay. That's fine. I think that all... I mean, other than needing belts and the actual Tufra plantations... 3.7 gigawatt bio high-pressure power plant should last for a while. Yeah, that's what I thought. I have... 4 gigawatts of bio. And then I built, 9 new gigawatts yesterday, or Tuesday. Folks in the Discord claim that, like, this point where you're just getting into chem science is kind of the last time that power ends up being an issue like that, and it's pretty easy to keep up with power with newer techs moving forward. We'll find out if that's true. Oh, we need none of these things anymore. We do need 22 for plantations. Is there anything else that I need down here? Seems like this is working. We are making... Yeah, I think all we need is the plantations and the belts. Everything else seems fine. Oh, I have an extra electric boiler. Oh, that's for this build. Down here. I forgot that I need an electric boiler for that. I never hooked up steam. So we'll do that after... Yeah, we'll do Tufras. We'll finish the Tufra upgrade. We'll drop off the boiler down at that... down at the other build there. And then we'll theory craft our starch build after that. We'll have to spend a little time in YAFC and figure out what starch is going to look like. Ugh. And then once we have the starch build sorted, we will build starch. So... Our SPM, 10 SPM? Alright. And that should be, that means that probably half of the science machines are currently running. Yeah. Logi is still struggling, apparently. Because this should be requesting Logi, right? This wants a Logi delivery. Yes. It wants a lot of Logi science. But I guess the threshold is probably 600 for the delivery. But the we will catch up on Logiscience. I mentioned this earlier in the stream, but I marked Logistics Science as a high priority station, so it's getting everything before other stations do, which will probably break the base. But right now it is kind of keeping other things from running, right? I need science running. So ultimately the right fix is to figure out lard more and let me grab a couple stacks of these guys so the bots can install them. All right, that is Twofer's doubled. Let me make sure that the ones at the start are working. I don't see... Yeah. Alright, this is becoming a problem. I was thinking about fertilizer. And I was looking at, well, I was looking at fish oil during one of the ad breaks. But I noticed this recipe, which is fish hydrolysate. I don't know what to do with the fish emulsion. Oh, fish emulsion is also fertilizer. Because fish meal is fertilizer. If we grab this fertilizer stage 3 recipe. Which maybe we should do. But if we, let's look at that in YAFC. We do fertilizer from... I mean, YAFC thinks that doing it from fish is very expensive. Which doesn't necessarily mean anything, because... You know, it thinks doing it this way is super duper cheap, but... I would not necessarily call this cheap. But if we were to do... Wait, is that not a real recipe that makes fish meal here? Oh, it's fish meal from fish hydrolysate. Okay. And then fish emulsion can become fertilizer. I was looking at the wrong one. We don't want it from fish hydrolysate. We want it from the fish emulsion. There we go. And then we get those, and we do fish hydrolysate. And that's a lot of fish for one fertilizer a second. I understand why it thinks this is expensive. Even with our doubled fish, we're only making like 2.4 fish a second. Okay. So I guess this is worthwhile if I needed fish meal or fish emulsion for something else, and I just wanted to turn the other half into fertilizer to get rid of it. But it does not seem like this is a worthwhile endeavor. Okay. Darn. I was like, ooh, maybe I have a whole new way to make fertilizer. But no. Let's actually delete this. Don't just hide it. So yeah, we need to be thinking about fertilizer. I could maybe make this build bigger, although I think we're using an entire belt of ash and an entire belt of... Yeah, we're making half a belt of fertilizer right now. Jeez. Like, if we wanted to increase this, we'd be, and like we can double it. Ugh. Yeah, maybe we just need to double this build. Gross. Alright, let's do that then. Because, like, we gotta fix all of our AL plants, right? So... Unless I'm, like, really missing something with fertilizer recipes... Bones Urea Blood, way more expensive than we might think. Ash Biomass, this is the one we're doing, that I'm talking about doubling. There's this one, which uses half the biomass, uses a bunch of manure, uses Zogna. Maybe? There's this one that's just fish hydrolysate, and then there's the other ones that are the fish byproducts. Biofluid Network Stage 1 gives us a new fertilizer that uses ammonium chloride, guano, and then we're getting into, like, various turds. Okay. Yeah, I think I just have to expand what we currently have. Not my favorite choice, but it is what it is. We're definitely going to have to make some changes to the stations down there to make sure that we can accommodate getting 2 belts of stuff out of some of those stations. And 2 belts of stuff into those stations. Because if we look at the current fertilizer build, like... Yeah, we're still using... blue inserters to load and unload here. So these probably all need to change to stack inserters, right? Same down here. And then... fortunately, we can... I know biocranes are good for that, but my mall is not set up to be able to do biocranes, and I have stack inserters in the mall, so I'm going to keep using the designs that I have until I figure out biocranes. Although right now we just aren't getting biomass or biocrud. What is going on? Oh, we're backed up behind an ash train. Okay, yeah, we definitely need to be getting stuff in and out of these stations faster then. So yeah, we'll double this, we'll refactor the stations to handle it with, like, stacked belts and whatnot. And, hopefully we'll get everything figured out. What else are the bots bringing me? Rails, transport belts, yeah. All right. First things first. All of this is going to pull back like there. So yeah. This can all come out on one side of a belt. So we're gonna basically double it, right? And then that will merge to the inside. We're going to turn off our requests to both of these stations right now, because I'm going to be messing with stuff. Somewhere... I'm trying to remember where I did this. I had come up with a new design for my stack inserter stations that used set filter rather than the previous design that changed the hand size. And I don't remember where I did that, and I didn't make a blueprint of it. It's not down here. It's not either of those. It's none of this. Those are all blue inserters. I mean, I guess I could do the, This is a terrible idea. Not there. It's going to be somewhere where we have a cluster of like 18 of them, though, almost certainly. These ones? Nope. I'm curious what 24 is. Oh, that's looking like that. Okay, so it could also be one of the clusters of 24. Awesome. Oh, it might have been antimony. It might have been antimony, because I did some refactors to antimony recently. That looks like it's the stack hand trick. Yeah, that's not what I'm looking for, unfortunately. And ash is an output, so that's not it. would I have done this? That's doing hand size. So it'll be a station that has more than one thing being delivered into it. It's an output. That looks like it's just stone. That's just... This one it? Nope, this one is broken. This one is bringing in coke and salt, and it doesn't do anything at all to filter its inputs. So that's good to know that I have that sitting there broken. That's using the hand size trick. Come on, somewhere I did this. What? But why? Oh, this explicitly makes biocrud. This is a biocrud factory. Okay. That's the hand size trick. That doesn't use them there. Surely somewhere I will find what I'm looking for. That's an output. That is only one item type. That's the hand size trick. Here we go. This is the one I want to copy and paste. It only took me forever. All right. So we can, yeah, blueprint it up. I should. Oh, I put it in the wrong spot, though. That's cool. I'm not sure if this version is actually, like, the final version or not. But what is going on? These guys set their filter based on read train contents. There we go. And then these guys will grab whatever ends up in front of them and dump their filter if there's nothing for them to grab. Yes. Perfect. All right, that's working. So the biomass input needs to be a stacked belt now. That's our output belt. Power. Looks like 4 of those is not quite enough to fill a belt. All right. So that's a stacked belt of that. And we're going to have to do the same thing up top here is change all of our belt configurations. But the other thing we need to output from this is biocrud. Biocrud needs to be 0.4 times 8, 3.2 a second. Okay, that's just... That's just 1 blue. We might also just not have enough biocrud, which is terrible. Let's see. Ash is also going to need to be a stacked belt, because that's now 2 belts of ash coming in. So yeah, we basically have to duplicate this whole thing again up here. Okay. So... Ash is a double belt, so that's this. Feeding... Except instead of biomass, it's ash. That is read train contents for those guys, and then green hooked up. So we can hook up requests again. Yeah. Alright, so ash is hooked up. Urea, I think, is at the same rate as biocrud. Yes, so that's just 1... outserter for that. And then seaweed. We need a whole belt of seaweed now. Okay. It does not need to be a stack belt. So this should be fine. That should be the seaweed we need. So if we hook ash up, it's going to take a little while for this to catch up, obviously, to the stacked section of the belt, so it's not all going to turn on until... Oh, of course. It would help if I could see everything. But this belt needs to go all the way down. And then this needs to be adjusted as well. To hook up all the seaweed. There we go. And again, it'll take a minute for us to back up down here on the first of these machines, and then, yeah, we'll, the seaweed should accumulate and overflow all the way down. That's fine. So that is theoretically twice as much of this. Apparently our biocrud is running low, though, which is not something that I ever really thought would happen. I guess with, well, some of why it's running low is going to be our redonkulous lard demand, right? That's going to be making things more difficult. Yeah, and this last machine is only going to run... Well, the last machine on each side, actually, should only be running half-time once it's all kind of caught up. Yeah, and we're starting to back up on the seaweed, so this will all catch itself up. But yeah, this is my highest priority biocrud requester, and we're still not getting biocrud, so... Or biomass, for that matter. So yeah, apparently I've been very good at not voiding biocrud, which is cool. I also see that I have several stations that have biocrud that are not marked as high priority, and only one of those is an intentional biocrud factory. The rest of these are almost certainly mistakes. Oh, that's hooked up to the output. That's hilarious. Okay, yep, that was a mistake. Let's try this one. Okay, that's our intentional biocrud factory. This one. Yep, just doesn't have a priority output for the spoilage. That'll just get built the next time I drive by there. Josh Sheep at Basic Substrate. That is also just missing a priority flag. Not that it matters. But what we don't want to have happen is... for our intentional biocrud to be used when one of these other ones are available. We always want to prefer the overflow biocrud, right? I'm assuming this is spoilage. Yeah, that's spoilage from rock food. Okay. Yeah, look at that. We've got pretty close to a full belt of fertilizer coming through here, as long as our inputs are sufficient. Did not... Oh, I didn't set the priority on it. I just pasted it. Oops. Was that this one? Yep. And I also missed one more, I think. This one. Yep. This one is also... Yes. Alright. My bots will just see these and fix them as I wander around the base. It is ad break o'clock again. It is a good opportunity to stretch your legs, get some water, take care of yourself as a human being. And when we come back from the ads, I believe our next thing is a new starch build, because we don't have one. I was doing starch on site before. So we'll figure out starch build when we're back from the break. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the break. This seems like it's mostly working. Nope, we're stopped on biomass, and biocrud is running low as well. Both of these are requesting a lot of biomass and a lot of biocrud. So ultimately the issue is that we're not making enough biomass and biocrud to sustain our fertilizer demand. It was probably like right on the edge before, so every time I checked it, it was running. But now that it's a bigger build, we can really see it like turning off and on. 1 second, I need to drink some water. I can feel a cough coming on. Okay, so we're gonna have to figure that out. We do intentionally make some biocrud somewhere here. These do take broad modules. At least I could make it less wasteful on my logs. Maybe it's worth expand. I hate to expand this because it's just so wasteful. But maybe this is worth expanding, question mark. Maybe we want to think about another way to generate a bunch of biocrud. And then certainly, I mean, ultimately, if we make biocrud a big enough build, that also gives us biomass, right? Because we do convert excess biocrud to biomass. So if we make enough biocrud that we solve our biocrud problem, then we'll start turning some of it into biomass. But there are probably also better things that we could be composting for biomass. I'm not sure. At the very least, hopefully we're making at least a little bit more fertilizer. I don't know how much this is going to actually help our fertilizer shortage. You know, it's actually not looking that crazy anymore, is it? Maybe we are catching up. Maybe we are catching up. That would be cool. Lime and fertile... Oh, seaweed. Okay. We're gonna stop messing with... Why am I doing this research? Oh, because I thought I was going to use the fish fertilizer, but then I decided it sucked. We don't need to do that research anymore. Let's take a look at starch. How much starch a second? We can check it in YAFC. So for the quality of rock food, we need 0.3 starch a second, plus whatever else we want to make, depending on how big we want the build to be. I know we have a few options for starch recipes, so... Yeah, because we have guar beans now, right? And isn't this like a much better starch than Relesia? These look the same. Because this is the initial starch recipe. Yeah, YAFC thinks this is the best recipe because it thinks the sodium sulfate is sufficiently expensive to be not worth it, basically. And then guar it thinks is even more expensive. I don't think I'm even making guar right now. I think I skipped it entirely. Those module names. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Okay. So, we want to make a starch a second. That's 13 guar. Sand as an input is always rough, but doable. What if I use guar 1? Does that also need sand? That also needs sand. Okay. Or, the other option... I mean, we could just do what YAFC says is the cheapest, which is straight up powdered Relesia seeds. Nothing else. Call it... I mean, obviously we're not going to actually have a belt of Relesia seeds available right away, but that would be the principle, right? I don't know how much Relesia we're making. This is capable of shipping a half a belt of Relesia to the base at large. Okay. So this would run at like half speed max, but also we're only going to pull initially 0.3. So a tenth of this. So I think this is fine. This will, having the build a little oversized, even when it can't, what am I trying to say? Having, oh, I'm clipping at the top there. I just heard that in my headphones. I'm sorry. That's probably been doing that for like the past week or something. Having the build be a little oversized is gonna make basically when it needs to rebuild things from its buffers, it'll refill its buffers more quickly, and then the trains kind of shuffle things around a little more slowly. So it's fine if it's a little oversized. It reduces latency ultimately, even if it can't run with that throughput continuously. Hopefully that makes sense. So yeah, we'll just do this. Do we have... Yeah, we have fiberboard. I don't know how much fiberboard, but we do have fiberboard. Yeah. We have enough fiberboard. I'm not worried about it. Alright, so that means we need 3 solid separators and 4 pulp mills. Okay. That should be about it. And this should also be the last thing that we need for turning on the upgraded Vrock food. And then we can go update the Vrock build to bring in the new items that it needs. That has been kind of our whole goal. Oh, I'm still clipping. I heard that. That has been kind of our whole goal today. Alright, what's going on with my settings? I did a firmware upgrade on my mixer a couple weeks ago, and some of my settings got screwed up, and I thought I fixed most of them, but I think some stuff is still wonky. Yeah. So the initial input is fine. We have plenty of headroom there. So it's the... Okay. Let me... If I adjust that up to like... maybe more there. And maybe that's all we need. And then I can bring that down. Sorry. I'm messing with things live, which is always terrible. How am I sitting in the mix? I am a little bit quieter now, which is what I was afraid of. I'm still well above the game, though. I think we're okay. At least I should not be clipping anymore, I hope. Oh, the other thing I wanted to do was grab more... Well, first let's turn trash back on. I wanted to get more radars. I should really just make, like, a stack of radars one of my standard requests, huh? Now the question is, are we making radars? No, I didn't think so. Let's see, if I wanted to make just a few of those copper iron circuits. Okay. I can grab all of that stuff myself. Copper, iron. We have no circuits at the mall. That's bad. But we do bring in circuits from rails now, so I care less. Alright, that should be enough radars to tide me over. Let's fix the radars first. And another one. I already lost them. There they are. Okay, we have radar coverage now. Cool. So let's get the build for the starch done. I think we can just use a normal delivery station. Well, the pickup station here for the starch, and then a drop-off station here. And this is going to be requesting Relesia seeds and fiberboard. The Relesia seeds go into 4 pulp mills. making the powdered Relesia. And the output of that is a very small amount. And then we feed that into 3 solid separators. Making starch. And that goes in alongside fiberboard. Alright, so each of these is pulling in small quantities. And then we're outputting 2.66 items a second, which might be much for a yellow, even with our stack upgrades. So we will not even try. We're sticking out 3 starch a second, 1 blue. And then we will also grab there. And another pickup here, which is going to be biomass. And 5 biomass a second. All right. And that's a byproduct. So that should be starch once this gets its deliveries. That was a straightforward enough build. Oh, this whole station was being backfed. Oops. Cool. And then even though we do need a whole belt of the Relesia seeds, I'm hoping we can get away with these guys, just the balloon starters here, now that we have stack upgrade for everything, their hand size upgrade, because the trains do empty just a little bit faster. And we're not getting Relesia seeds. Are my Relesias sad for some reason? They're just not keeping up. Interesting. I mean, we can expand this, right? We can absolutely adjust the balance so that we will make more Relesia seeds. We're only doing... Actually, can we? No, we can't. We're making a whole belt of Relesia seeds right now, so we really can't... You need to redo Relesias at some point? Yeah. Mine are not running. Oh, and they're not running because the only demand is 4 seeds. We're not pulling through the Relesias themselves. Yep. I could add a few more. I guess I could add a few more machines making seeds. I go up to 16 machines making seeds, we can't actually run 16 machines making seeds. We can run 14 machines making seeds. So 4 more machines. All right, let's do it. Let's grab those nurseries and let's hook them up. Because if everything in my base needs seeds, then that's what we want to... not this way. This way. All right, we just need to get the... we just need to get the botanical nurseries, which the bots will bring me. Waiting for one more of those. And then we'll go change the Relisias to spit out a few more seeds. Yeah. This is pretty much as I can put on there within, like, that current build without causing issues. And these 4 new ones are actually gonna have to go... on the inside of the belt. And then everything that comes out where we merge the Relisias in, is properly side-loading, it looks like. Yeah, everything side-loads. So having some seeds that come on the other side of the belt is going to be fine. We just expect that to need to back up a little bit through this section here before it then starts to feed into the output belt. And there we go. That one is feeding the output belt. This one should be doing the same. Yes, cool. All right, so that's... Actually, because of how many of the seeds are needed to make them... Oh, we're out of fertilizer. That's... cool. Alright, well, that's part of the problem. Fertilizer looked like it was catching up when I looked at it last time, but it looks like not so much. Yeah, all of this AL everything is sucking down our biomass and our fertilizer, and fertilizer in turn is just more biomass. It is running full speed at the moment, but probably not for long. We should see, though, like, once Once this gets its releases, it's going to be spitting out a bunch more biomass, which will, well, I don't actually know if it'll help. I don't know what the, how much biomass do those releases seeds need versus what's going to come out as a byproduct there. But, oh, we should, actually, 3 of these should be able to do a whole belt, because we have hand size now. We didn't have hand size when I did this before. So yeah, that's the, cool. This looks like, well, right now we're running all of our seeds out because these aren't running because they don't have fertilizer. That's why we're blocked at this end. That's why these machines are turning yellow. Which I guess does mean that we're going to quickly get a couple of deliveries as we turn all of our flowers into seeds, but that's not the ideal situation. Alright. We are getting the religious seed delivery down to this end, though. The problem is we're going to need like 4 religious seed deliveries before this is ready to, and I should do that. We're going to need like 4 religious seed deliveries before this is ready to do a delivery of starch. Also, I need to fix this, because this is going to try to spit out 8 items a second in total as everything turns on here. And it's only... Obviously, we can only fit 7.5 on one half of a belt, so I need to be using both sides of this belt for getting all the outputs out of here. Otherwise, it is going to start to back up. So I guess we can go fix that. Oh, you know what? We can just ride this train on down. Because that's going exactly where we're going. Always love it when I can ride a train. So while that's happening... Central starch is done-ish. So that should be the last ingredient to turn on this build. We check our combinator here. Yeah, this needs a delivery of starch, and then it will request guts. And then once it gets the guts delivery, it will it should turn on. Oh, I need to put inserters here. Which way are we going? Oh, okay. Yeah, I need to put inserters here still for all of these 5 inputs, but that's fine. That's not anything crazy. And then, in theory, once the... Yeah, there's that, and then I also need to hook up power to this thing, which I didn't do because it was just going to be making spoilage. Yeah, and then we just have to go up to the rocks and turn that build over to start requesting the Vrock food. The quality Vrock food is like 3 to... No. It's 5 to 3 of rock food to starch. So once we get a whole delivery of starch, that will also be all set to be a whole delivery of rock food too. So we don't have to wait forever for that to buffer. Because we did put prod module on the rock food. All right, let's fix that. We got 5 ingredients. I'll just throw 5 gray inserters. I think they will have no problem keeping up with all of these different things that need to go in there. And then the steam needs to be hooked up, which, right there. And that was coal. So let's add a task. New anthraquinone. Okay. And the other agar won't run until we get guts. Yep. Actually, you know what? This should really be like all of these things, shouldn't it? We want all of that to be true, and we want guts. And then we output our check mark. Yeah. In theory, if we have guts, then we also have everything else, but if we still have guts and we've run out of one of the other items, we can still, like, stop wasting seaweed, right? Native flora we will turn on. Off by 1 on one of those clicks. So native flora, yeah, there we go. So with native flora plugged in, this should just want the starch, it wants guts, and it wants the agar. Starch we're waiting on the delivery for, guts we will request once the starch is delivered, and then agar will turn on once everything else is there. Oh dear, I didn't filter this. Awesome. So let's fix that. And then we'll, Ooh, we're still catching up on the starch on that side. But we're already, like, whatever, very nearly halfway to a delivery of starch, so... Cool. Yeah, this is never going to catch up on its Relesia until everything starts buffering through, because well, this will pull 15 Relesia seeds a second, and my Relesia build is just not that big. So this is incapable of ever catching up. It's always going to be like right on the edge of running out of Relesias, and that's fine. Again, it'll buffer, and then it won't be a problem after that. All right, this is going to take a little while, so let's head up to the rocks, and let's get them upgraded to request the new food and the bedding, because I'm going to have to figure out how we're routing all of that through. Not this way. I always do this. This way. We're going to have to figure out how we're routing all of that. Yeah. Is it this one, or is it the next one? It's this one. Ulrichs and Vrox. Okay. So what have we got coming in here right now? Oh, we're doing everything on a sushi belt, so I guess we can keep doing it on a sushi belt. We just have to change some of the ratios. I don't know how I came up with these ratios. So that's cool. I think it was based on, like, the combined total input of all of the different items, and, like, I don't know. Okay. So, I guess we just have to hook up a couple more belts to the inputs here to bring in, well, we have to change all of our ratios as well, right? That was part of it. Let me get into YAFC, look at Vrox. Alright. Yeah, and of course all of these are weird numbers. So we're like 1, 1, 2, 3. Moss is... okay. Yeah, so let's look at our recipe sizes for both buildings, and then we'll get our sort of ratios. And I think that's what I did. So, like, alright, Vrock food is 2 in each, so... Yeah, but they're not really perfectly ratioed, right? Alright, well, 1, 1, 2, 3 for quality Vrock food, bedding, Vrock food, Phawagy. I guess we say moss is 3 as well, and then native flora is like 8. Nine. It's exactly 9. All right. So 1, 1, 2, 3, 3, 9. All right. Oh, do we not need sap anymore? Oh, no, we do. And sap is at 8. All right. So I'm gonna set all of these to there. It'll just like, because again, I have no recollection of how I came up with these numbers. Although looking at our overall throughput of everything, 2.79. Bedtime for you. Have a good evening. Thanks for stopping by. All right, this is 228. 548. I'm just going to multiply all of our numbers per second by 100 to start with, and we'll adjust things from there, I think is how I'm feeling. So this is going to be at 248 for sap. Moss is going to be 99. Rock food 1 is going to be 62. Water barrels is going to be 37 plus 74 is 111. Flora was 279. All right. Moss was 99. Flora, I did that one, I did that one, and I did that one. Okay. So yeah, now we just need to bring in our other two, our new inputs, right? The bedding and the... Oh, and Phawagy as well. Phawagy is going to be 93. Bedding is going to be 31. And quality rock food is going to be 31. All right. So that's going to be like 3 more things coming in. Bedding, I said, was going to be 31. Quality of rock food is 31. And Phawagy is 93. All right. So then down here where we're requesting all of our stuff, what are you? Oh, you're doing decay shenanigans for me. Okay. Let's turn off our requests for a second. We're gonna change this whole thing. All of this goes away. I'm gonna want a bigger station here. We're gonna use a deposit. And then our requests are gonna also include Phawagy, bedding, and quality of rock food. Speaking of quality of rock food, how's everything going down here? Yeah, this halted because it ran out of Relisias. That's not a surprise. It's going to take Relisias a little while to figure themselves out, because they were out of, yeah. Gonna have to wait for fertilizer deliveries on and off, I think, is gonna kind of be the situation. While fertilizer is still strained. So we're going through 0.6. All of these are super low quantities. I don't know why I set anything here to be more than like one thing. Rock food. And moss. And then we will bring up the other three. What order did I put these in? Bedding, quality food, phagogy. Okay, and we will take them out in that order. Bedding. Quality rock food. And phagogy. Okay, let's see if we can clean up some of this. That was too far. I did not mean to undo that far down. Let's actually redo this so we're not... There we go. There. Yay. And of course, we are... Ew. Okay. Let's just do that. We'll zig it once. That one makes it through. That makes it through. We've got a train coming in for bedding. Excellent. Moss is 0.99. I should really make that one of these guys. Everything else, phagogy could be yellow too, I guess. All right, so yeah, this one's bedding and this one's the quality food still. So we've got 279 plus 62 plus 111. Yeah, I don't think my two halves of the belt are very balanced anymore. So we might want to pull some things onto the other side of the belt. But for now, we'll just... Do we just leave it? I guess what I should do is pull in one of the things that we haven't gotten deliveries of yet, right? Alright, what's currently on the inside? 279 plus 62. So that's 341. Plus 111 is 451. Plus Phawagy is 93. 544. And then there's another 62. On this side, we have 99 and 248, which is 347. So yeah, let's pull these two in. That's going to be the bedding and the quality of rock food. Is that the actual order they're in? Which one goes on top? Bedding is on top and quality of rock food underneath. Okay. There we go. I think that should be a little better balanced. I think I saw, yeah, the bedding train was already en route, so that's good. So we're just waiting for the quality of rock food now, which is gonna happen. Ooh, momentarily this is gonna flip over, and then the quality of rock food will run. I think. Double check. Quality of rock food is just waiting for starch, and then it will request guts. Yes. Do we have guts? Yes. Okay. So yeah, this should that should run pretty quickly as soon as it's ready. Here, let me add starch, and down here quality of rock food. Quality of rock food. How's fertilizer doing? Fertilizer is halted because we're out of biocrud. Yeah, okay. So we are going to have to probably intentionally produce more biocrud. Which I hate to do, because, like, every way of doing it feels super wasteful. But I guess we could set up just, like, a big ol', like, ZI seaweed farm into, like, just like we do for our power plants, right? It would be, like, this kind of deal. Just making, oops. Just making biocrud. In fact, I could probably take, like, exactly this build that I have here and hook it up somewhere. That would not be terrible. All right, so starch was delivered. Is that this train right here? Yes. It's coming on down. And as soon as we have starch in here, this should flip. We're now requesting... guts. I was missing a circuit condition there. So this should get the guts train dispatched. Excellent. All right. That should all turn on. I need to get myself a little more water, and the ad break is about to start, but I will just leave the game here so y'all can see if it turns on while I'm gone. I'll see everybody in just a few minutes when the ad break is over. Twitch says about 90 more seconds on the ad break, so we'll just sit here and watch rock food happen until the ad break is over. But this is cool. This is what we wanted to see. It looks like all of the switches turned on correctly as soon as we got our deliveries, and everything kind of sequenced itself. So that's looking good. Yeah, I am pretty happy. Oh, that's still filling up on the belt here. How much does each of these crafts do? It makes 6 in 10 seconds. Alright, and it's gonna need to make 2,000 for a delivery. Oh no, 6 in 10 seconds. 0 point... Yeah, 10 seconds. I just misread that. Okay. So 0.6 a second. We need 2,000 of them. Oof, okay. We might not... This, my math says it's going to take like an hour for that to fill up its buffer. So maybe we're not gonna hang around waiting for that to turn on right now. I was hoping we would just get to watch this go. But that might take a little while. Do the Vrox have everything else they need, though? It looks like it. We won't know until we... I'm worried the quantities of some things are a little low. but we won't really know that until it turns on and we see if the machines are able to keep themselves stocked, like if the sushi belt is moving fast enough. Otherwise, we might need to increase the quantities of some things feeding in here. But I think it's probably close enough-ish to okay. I don't know. So, what do we work on next? We do have the biocrud shortage that is currently screwing up fertilizer. So that would be a reasonable thing. Well, and also a biomass shortage. Biomass and biocrud. It's very tempting to just grab this thing, right? And say, this is a machine that makes biocrud. And just put it on rails somewhere and spit out a bunch of biocrud. Like, how much biocrud does that make a second? That's a question. If we check our power plant build, 2 biocrud a second. That's not bad. What's fertilizer using? $1.5 a second. Okay. So that would at least meet the needs of fertilizer. I mean, sure, why not, right? We can easily copy and paste what we've already done for the power plant. So like let's just build this. Let's stop messing around with it and just build it. Shopping list, export to blueprint. Quester chest. There's everything we need for biocrud. I do have some random stuff in my inventory here. Moss, Phawagy. I don't know what to do with the sap. I think the sap is garbage. And this can also be garbage, because this will just, yeah, it'll decay in here eventually, and will get spit out as biomass wherever. Yep, that's fine. Let's go grab what we need for the seaweed. And we will drop down this biocrud machine somewhere. I also definitely need to figure out a better intersection at some point for my high throughput stations, because that is a problem. I've said this on previous streams, but like cloverleafs are not a good intersection IRL, and they are also a bad intersection in Factorio, turns out. The trumpets aren't bad, but the cloverleafs are awful. Do we have... Wow, we did have 500 seaweed to bring. That's impressive. Cool. So I am literally just going to copy this whole thing, like, right down to here. And we're going to go find a spot where we can slap this down. And it's going to solve all of our biocrud problems, and the base is going to run perfectly, and everyone will live happily ever after. I think I'm going to do it right over here, just because I have station space here. Yes. So let's get a pickup station. And what will feed into it is biocrud. And then above it, we have space for everything to decay. And then I also want to change our biocrud from logs up here to have a priority. Because right now it's priority 0, and we are going to make it priority -1. And the goal with that is just to make sure the... we only use the biocrud from logs as an absolute last resort, right? Because that, like, takes inputs, as opposed to this, which is ZI. And in theory, once tier 2 buildings are less horrifically expensive for me, we should also be able to upgrade this. We should be able to upgrade this with, and double its throughput just with tier 2 buildings. Which would be pretty cool. Oops. That is the wrong pipe. There we go. Take a second for everything to turn on. And everything's on. And supposedly one pump is enough. I think we've just been waiting for everything to catch up on its buffers. Yeah, now that everything's full. Yep. We're doing well. Cool. That is a biocred machine. Let's head up to the other one, the one that makes biocred from logs, because I do want to make sure that that combinator gets put down and the priorities adjusted. Because, yeah, we've been pulling from this a lot. And, yeah, this is 1 a second. And it pulls 1.4 logs a second. So, if the new build, which is 2 a second, can do everything this one does, and then some, it'll be nice to see if this build actually turns off and if that reduces some of our log demand. How's this doing? I'm not expecting this to, like, fully buffer in a reasonable time period. No. Is it on still, though? It is on still. All right. I think that's all looking fine. I would love to have actually seen this build turn on today, but I just don't think that's happening. All right, let's take a look at, because we unlocked the recipe. Let's flip over to YAFC and let's look at anthraquinone. Oh, look, I already put it in YAFC. I'm way ahead of myself. Okay, apparently this is all we have to do. 2 DTCs and some... Oh, it outputs steam, so that's cooling water. And, yeah, that'll bring in anthracene, sulfuric acid, and a little chromite sand. I think I double-checked already that we make plenty of those. The anthracene is currently all being turned into, like, coke and gasoline, so we'll find out if this, like, horribly breaks other parts of my base. But yeah, we can get this built. That's a quick build. Let's grab our shopping list. Yeah. We don't need the biocrud segment anymore. We'll grab the anthraquinone. I'm sitting on 2 water barrels. That's such a weird thing to be sitting on. That's probably from... rocks? Question mark? The empty barrels are for the wax build, which we've gotten so distracted from. We started today thinking about a wax build, because we're coming up on casting. Needing advanced castings. And then I found out my bees have been broken, because rocks weren't working right. And that's when we went on the whole side quest for upgraded rock food, etc. We also apparently do not have enough depot space, because we're getting alerts about trains. Yeah, all the depots are full. I'm not sure where I would put another depot. Maybe we don't bother. Maybe we just put more things on rails so that our train demand increases again. Ooh, science is halted. Okay. Why science halt? Science halt chem. Chem science halt because... Why am I talking like this? Complex circuits. Okay, that's probably not a surprise. Like, who even knows what's going on with that? Yeah, I mean, it's silicon. It's always silicon. Which is still blocked on. I thought I fixed rayon. Did I not fix... Or not rayon. Aramid? Still no titanium. I thought I fixed titanium. Oh, it's the MIBC. Which is blocked on petrol... Oh, that's right. I knew petroleum gas was going to maybe be an issue. Probably would have been faster to delete this and recreate it at the top. But, there we go. Let's swing by literally any animal and drop off these water barrels. I probably did steal them from Vrox, though, so we'll put them in Vrox. And then we will find a spot to make... anthraquinone. Let's do that over here, actually. It's a small build, and we may as well have it be near our... Ooh, I should have done this ahead of time. I didn't even think about it. We will also want to expand hydrogen peroxide, because right now we make 50 a second. Well, we don't, but we're going to be making like 100 a second. So we could, like, quadruple hydrogen peroxide. Could and should quadruple hydrogen peroxide. So we're going to need a couple more filters. I will just add the requests for those. We'll have to go back for them. So down here somewhere... Yeah. I'm thinking, like, right here. Because this is just... I've lost the plot. Here we go. Yeah, a fluid input, a solid input, and a fluid output, plus an outfall for the water. So just 3 stations. Nice and easy. So fluid pickup down at this end. A solid drop-off. And a fluid drop-off. And the fluid drop-off is going to have... Oh, God, what did I do? Oh, because this is supposed to be a solid drop-off. I pasted the wrong thing. There we go. Jeez. All right, fluid drop-off. What do we need? We need anthracene and sulfuric acid. Anthracene and sulfuric acid. And anthracene. And sulfuric acid. Cool. The solid input is chromite sand. And then our output is going to be the actual anthraquinone. So with 2 DDCs here... as always, DDCs are awful. They are consistently terrible. Inputs are always in the worst places. There we go. That should be the inputs. Output. And the chromite sand, how much are we pulling? 5 a second? All right. Sure. There. So I think that is it for this build, and this should be able to just make huge freaking amounts of anthraquinone now. At least compared to what we were making before. Let's grab the filters. Actually, before I do that, let's mark that as done. I want to add wax to my to-do list so I remember that I have the stuff to make wax when I look at my inventory next week and say, what is all this bee stuff for? I want to be able to figure out what it's for. There are no trains with this stop. Does that mean we are out of sulfuric? Don't tell me that, game. Don't be like that. We are out of sulfuric acid. Okay, well, at least there's some acid gas. How badly out of sulfuric acid are we? Am I going to look at this and be really, really sad again? Yeah. Yeah, I am. It could be worse. And I think, like, once we fix the bugs, the Vrox, once the Vrox turn on, once we have enough food for the Vrox to turn on, that will reduce some of our sulfuric demand, because right now we're making all of our formic acid from formamide and sulfuric, right? And that is not really what we want to be doing. All right, I just need the 3 filters, and then we're going to go set up hydrogen peroxide to be a stupid big build. We've gotten 1 filter. Where's the other ones? Are they coming from storage? Yes, okay. Is this all still... Yeah, train unexpectedly returned before making a delivery. So that's just... because we don't have enough depot space. But as we get the base turned back on more, as things run more, it will. We should see more demand for trains and less errors from that. I think I'm going to mark this as low priority. Well, no, we have no other use for the vanadium pentoxide right now, I don't think. So maybe it doesn't matter? But this will be able to make significant amounts more peroxide once this build turns on, which I did not label. Saw there was another build that was unlabeled. Up here. What do you make? MIBC. Yeah. How is sulfuric looking? I mean, yeah, everything is demanding too much of it, that's for sure. What's this that only takes sulfuric? It's a weird... Ah, okay. Yep, makes sense. This has probably been sucking down heaps of sulfuric acid. When you really think about how much sulfuric this uses, but like, that's 50 a second. Plus, these are another 25 a second. It's a little bit of sulfuric acid. That is a lot of sulfuric acid that gets pulled from that. And it's not as if the sulfuric build is too small. Well, maybe it is too small. I don't even know, because we're just not getting acid gas continuously. And we have all these guys turning sulfur into acid gas. Yep. We got these two. Our flue gas to acid gas void, which voids thousands of flue gas a second, and I am impressed that the base is still keeping up with it. We got this guy. Yeah, okay, this is just from coal bed gas. That's a slow one for sure. That doesn't matter. So yeah, I mean, maybe this could be made faster, because this is only pulling 5 sulfur a second right now. We could expand this. I'm hesitant to. But I guess we do have lots of sulfur at the moment, right? Like, this build is, like, fully saturated. Yeah. It does seem like we have lots of sulfur at this point. So maybe we grow this. It makes me nervous. But yeah, sulfuric is the only thing that's stopping this from turning on, so... Don't I have another thing that's supposed to be making acid gas from, like... Does tar quenching make... Tar quenching makes flue gas. If I want to search for acid gas as a product... Yes. Oh, here we go. Yeah, oh, tailings. Ooh. What are we backed up on here? Oh, titanium ore is backed up, and titanium ore is backed up because the MIBC is broken. Okay. So we might need to... Weirdly enough, our acid gas might be so much of a problem because titanium is broken. Because we're not pulling the titanium ore out of tailings processing, which is blocking up the whole mess. So we need to make petroleum gas. Oh, not a solid. I mean, probably this, right? 100 aromatics and 100 hydrogen to petroleum gas. Or 100 aromatics and 300 hydrogen to 300 petroleum gas with a little bit of tin chromium alloy. Ooh. This one feels better. All right, how much petroleum gas do I need for the MIBC? That's... We need 75 a second. Okay. Not 745 a second, 75 a second. The FC thinks the cheapest one is condensed distillates, but I don't think I have that many condensed distillates right now. And then this is the second cheapest one. So yeah, this is what we will do. We will do... Oh, that was a Mark II. One machine is 75 a second. Look at that. So yeah, this is all we need to do. Is get this set up. We need a light oil refinery. And... a few stations. I think, unfortunately, now that I have told EFC that I have chem science, it's going to keep trying to default to better buildings. I'm not sure if I can change that in the EFC settings. I'm going to have to mess with that. Because we're certainly not making any Tier 2 buildings with any regularity just yet. There's too much other stuff we got to do. The refinery must be coming from storage, I guess, instead of from the mall. Otherwise, a bot would have been dispatched up there by now. Yeah, we already got it. Okay. Excellent. I'm going to do this right next to where I did anthraquinone, because there's space down there. We have slots for 3 stations, and this is only 1 building. So it'll be a quick build. And I think that's going to be the last thing I do for the night, because I can feel... Well, my voice has been going for a while now. I was real sick last week, and I'm still not feeling perfect, and my voice is definitely hitting its limits. All right. Fluid in. One of these is hydrogen. And one of them is aromatics. Stupid rocks. All right. And then we're going to have, I guess, a solid drop-off in the middle. And this is what? Tin chromium alloy? Tin chromium alloy. Tin chromium alloy. Easy peasy. And then fluid output, which is going to be our... Whoops, I didn't actually paste that. Fluid output. I'm just thinking about, as I'm designing this, how we would put a second one down. So just making sure that each of these things is set up separately and... There we go. And that should be tileable vertically. Yep. Tileable vertically. Perfect. Power would probably help, huh? Ooh, we got hydrogen. Why no aromatics? Are we low on aromatics? That would be sad. That would make me very sad. Woohoo! Cool. Yeah, that makes me very sad. How do we have so much diesel if we're so low on aromatics? Oh, because this is a low priority, but not a V network. Ooh. All my aromatic stations are set up to treat it as a V network, though. Okay. We can fix that very quickly, though. And we have lots of other fuel sources. We check out aromatics. We actually make it in a few different places. Yeah, and they all have this V network logic added. Okay. So that should make more aromatics better available for this system relatively soon. It doesn't take that long, I don't think, for a train load full of aromatics to accumulate. Yeah, there's already like 18K here. And over at this one... Oh, look, this is already... Well, that might not be going where we want it to go, unfortunately. But... Oh, it is! Awesome. Awesome. So yeah, this will turn on shortly as well, which is great to see. Anthraquinone is still waiting on sulfuric acid. That's... I think it's just in the... I was going to say it's probably just in the rotation. And it is. So it is coming up next for sulfuric, which is great. So yeah, this is going to be able to make enough petroleum gas on its own to keep MIBC happy. And then whatever other petroleum gas we're making from other processes is also available. So I think we're going to be good there. I believe I already changed my petroleum gas byproducts to no longer send themselves out as fuels. Or at least to make sure that their thresholds are higher. Yeah, their thresholds are higher. That's at 50K. Yeah. So this will only send itself out as a fuel if there's lots of it left. But in theory, we'll pull from those ones first for MIBC, and this one's second, because those byproduct ones are all priority 1 anyway. And sulfuric, soon TM. Soon TM. The sulfuric is doubled at least with anthraquinone, so as soon as we get our first load of sulfuric, even though the rest of sulfuric is still backed up, and this is running a little bit slowly, we will immediately be ready to dispatch a train over to peroxide, which is great. How's vanadium pentoxide? Vanadium pentoxide is... Oh, it's running. Okay. Not quite ready for another train, but cool. So yeah, between this and the existing vanadium pentoxide-based anthraquinone, we should be pushing out quite a bit of hydrogen peroxide. And then once I see that hydrogen peroxide is starting to accumulate, we can start, because there's some things that take it directly, and I want to let all of that kind of balance out in the base and see that we're still peroxide positive. And once I confirm we're peroxide positive, we can look into things like flipping antimony back to the version that requires lead acetate, because that'll the lead acetate will be a big peroxide drain, so we want to make sure that that is counted for. Oh, I didn't take care of the steam output on this. I'm an idiot. Okay. Where is there water nearby? Up here. Okay. Can I fit the outfall over here somewhere? I can. There, I guess, is where we're doing it. The cooling tower right next to it. That probably would have been a great place to use niobium pipes. Well, maybe. The problem is I need a pump between the niobium pipes and, like, anything else, so I always kind of... I put them in my inventory, and now I'm not thinking about using them because they need a pump. But maybe if I put them on my quick bar, I'll think about them. Yeah, I don't think I'm actually out of aromatics. I think we were just voiding all of it very early on. So these now will take the time to build up more of a buffer before they send it to void. Yeah, this one. Okay, that's looking good. Anthraquinone is running. That's going to take a little while before it fills up. We should be making like 100 a second, so that's only like 4 or 5 minutes for that to be ready for delivery. Quality of rock food is still chugging along. Have we seen much in the way of spoilage yet? I think we have seen nothing in the way of spoilage yet, which is fantastic. And these are halted because we're out of something. Interesting. What are we out of? Oh, we're out of seaweed. And the whole thing's like, nope, turn yourself off, no seaweed. I guess in theory, we could check if there was also seaweed like on this belt before we turn off the whole system, but whatever. Still, that's pretty cool. That is working as intended, pretty much. So I'm happy with that. And it should all turn itself back on now. Yeah. Absolutely, it turns itself back on now. Cool. I guess I don't need seaweed to be a condition of this, because these will just stop if there's no seaweed. So we can remove the seaweed condition from these ones. We do want seaweed to be a condition of requesting the guts, though, because we don't want to get more guts delivered if we don't have everything else we need, because otherwise it'll just sit here and decay. Sweet. Ant food looks good. All of this stuff is running fine. Yeah. 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 We're probably also almost about to get a delivery of vanadium pentoxide, right? Almost. It's very close. Okay. I think we're looking good. What is the to-do list? Petroleum gas is done. Is that an anthraquinone train? That is an anthraquinone train. Excellent. Well, I still don't think we're going to see quality Vrock food be ready for a delivery anytime soon. So I think I'm going to wrap it up here. I think this is... Oh, excuse me. Sorry about that. Yawn snuck up on me. I think this is a good place to stop. We're in, yeah, everything looks nice and clean. The builds we did today are running. We've got more anthraquinone, which is huge. Hopefully the Vrock upgrade is going to fix our rubber issues, question mark. And should also help a little bit with our sulfuric acid issues, because again, the formic acid from formamide recipe needs sulfuric acid. So if this is not being pulled from as much, then we aren't going to be pulling as much sulfuric acid. So definitely good progress. I'm happy with what we got done. So thanks very much, everybody, for tuning in. I really appreciate it. For anyone watching this on YouTube, if you want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch in the description, and I stream every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. I stream other days too, but that's the day I stream Factorio. Yeah, thanks again, everybody, and I'll see y'all next time.